Okay. It took a while for setup, but we are here. We are here. Give me a moment to hold that up. We're just about ready. In the meantime, let's go ahead and go over here. Hello, everyone. We are here to react to the rest of Epic the Musical. I decided to put my keyboard away this time because we don't really need the mouse and keyboard. Or I don't really need to display my mouse and keyboard usage as we're reacting. I'm also eating, so pardon the occasional food stuffing sounds. Yesterday we reacted to Act 1. Well, we analyzed and reacted to Act 1. Let's see here. There we go. Yep, that works. So, today we will be analyzing and breaking down Act 2. With that being said, let's not get this, let's not make this introduction too long. For those who are new around here, I'm Feth the Exorcist. I'm a game master, but also a game designer. And we're going to be breaking down and analyzing the musical from a game designer's perspective, mostly because Jorge has said it himself that a bunch of the music he got like inspiration from video games and anime. So what we're going to do is every song we will break down and see like how we could turn that song into a game. And we will be continuing using our analysis from yesterday's stream. So be sure to check out the previous stream if you want to be caught up on my thought process for today's reaction. So a bit of a recap though for the story. Odysseus and his crew just went to the underworld and discovered that by the consequences of his actions, he's not going to be able to make it home, or rather a different version of himself is going to make it home. And he has just embraced that fact. That different version of himself will be making it home. So, let us go ahead and get started, shall we? This again is Act 2, and we're going to start with Suffering. Just to recap of how we do things here, we're going to let the song play through uninterrupted at least once. That's if I can help not pausing. And then we'll go back to the beginning and analyze from beginning to end. So here we go. Imena Natzel.
Don't you miss me more than you know? Then jump in the water and kiss me. Penelope, I've told you this before. You know I'm afraid of the water. I'll make sure that you are safe and sound. Come play with me and our daughter, and let's watch our love leave the ground. Oh, I would, but I'd be suffering trying to float the whole time. I would take the suffering from you. As good as that sounds, right here I'm just fine. I can take the suffering from you. You know that I prefer my feet on the ground. I will take the suffering from you. Fine, but only if you answer a question or two. Of course. Okay, so let's say I was on the run, or hiding, from, I don't know, Poseidon. And let's say he blocked the way home with giant waves and giant storms. Oh no. How am I to evade him? How am I to get home? Which route should I take? Where am I supposed to go? He will chase you high and low, so find a place he'd never go. The one way you'll get home is sailing where he's scared to roam. Oh, it's through the lair of Scylla. No. This is your only way home, the lair of Scylla. But Scylla has a cost. Well, you asked and now you know. Now jump in the water! Penelope, why? You know I'm too shy and terrified. I would take the suffering from you. Ooh, for you I would die, but can't you let me stay dry? I can take the suffering from you. You should come onto the ship, we'll jump at the same time. I will take the suffering from you. The things I do for you.
All right, so we're not gonna go into different beasts yet, even though, yeah, that was one hell of a shot to pause on. But nevertheless, we do have to break down suffering. So this might be the only, the first and only song we analyze the music of for game design, because I think right here in this part of the story is where audio is the most important, especially if we were to make this into a game, because let's see here. When it comes to a game, so let's see here. Yeah, the human body has 5 senses, which is sight, hearing, touch, smell, and taste. There is only so much that we can give in terms of sensory to the human body when it comes to entertainment, from a screen or from gaming. So, movies give us the movies allow us to see and hear what is going on. However, the only way for a movie to give us the other senses is for the characters to react to the other senses. While in games, thanks to if you were playing on controller, there's the vibration feature in a controller. Thanks to the vibration, we're able to simulate sight, hearing, and touch for gaming. But then there is the problem of trying to help the player emulate the other senses. However, here, the most important sense to be careful with is hearing. Because, as we know at this point in the story, this is a siren. And so we want to give our player a calm, welcoming, come closer feel, but still leave a hint that something's wrong here. So, like, if I were to back it up here real quick to the beginning. So, before we even know who it is, we already hear several pieces, or several voices and whispers. But it's not unsettling. It's inviting, it's welcoming. Which is what sirens do. They invite, they welcome, they lure. And, well, actually, let's see how long that goes on. Hold on. Let's... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So about 10 seconds, we hear this, like, I guess it's I believe this term for this vocal term is scatting. It's a scat, but it's a scat ensemble. And we hear this scat go on for 10 seconds before we are introduced to any character. And one other thing to keep in mind in terms of psychology, it takes approximately 6 seconds to sense or notice that you are in danger. Here, as I've seen multiple people react to this song, and they all get the sense of confusion right when Penelope shows up. But their facial expressions show their confusion right around the 6-second mark of this song, because that is the human brain giving the signal, and it's not quite the fight or flight response, because the fight or flight response in the human mind tends to have different levels of how it activates. And in this case, if you start questioning, wait, what's going on here? Where are we? When is this? This is usually a fight response. But if you start questioning, is this a dream? Or wait, don't trust this person, this is not Penelope, that's your flight response. So to keep in mind, or summarize, if your initial thought in this part is confusion, that's a fight response, because fighters tend to want to investigate, or tend to investigate their thoughts. Flight responses immediately think, no, I don't trust this. I do not trust this. So right here we are already our thought process is on high alert, and but however we want to somehow feed into it without satisfying it, and we do that by using the motifs that Jorge has provided us. Because if I remember correctly, let's see here. Give me a second. If I remember correctly, let me take a look at where is... Where is... where is it? Give me a moment. I need to check something real quick. All right, there we go. So, if hi Beans, I only just managed to open up the chat, but so if I remember correctly, Penelope's motif or instrument is the violin. But I don't recall if we hear the violin here. Let me check. So. So, we don't exactly hear a violin. What we hear is an a cappella that sounds like a violin, that tries to mimic the sound of a violin. And this right here would be our audible way of warning the player in this instance. Because there's no violin. Don't you miss me? And then we get a piano, which is... I don't recall if that is... if that's a secondary instrument for Penelope. Let's go ahead and go back to the horse and the infant real quick. We're gonna back it. Yeah, we're going back to the beginning, boys. We're going back to the beginning. So yeah, let's go ahead and
Ask yourself inside what you live for, what you try for, what you wish for, what you fight for. What do you live for? What do you try for? What do you wish for? What do you fight for? Penelope, Penelope, and Telemachus. I fight for us. I fight for us.
So we heard a little bit of strings, but we also heard a heartbeat. Meanwhile, going back to here, so that you are safe and sound. The only strings we hear are Odysseus's guitar and a piano, which doesn't seem to fit here in terms of characters. So, which means either one, we're in terms of design, we are breaking the audio rules, the rules that we have for our audio, or two, we are following the rules, and we're trying to warn the player, but it's also very subtle. Let's take a look here. I'm just going to let it play a little bit more again.
I've told you this before. You know I'm afraid of the water.
I'll make sure that you are safe and sound. Come play with me and our daughter, and let's watch our love leave the ground.
I'm going to back it up a bit, because I want to listen to that piano again real quick. I want to hear the notes that are played.
I'm afraid of the water.
I'll make sure that you are safe and sound. Come play with me and our daughter, and let's watch our love leave the ground.
So I believe the piano is showing a danger motif, a very subtle danger motif, because is it playing in triplets? Because I believe the triplets are the danger motif. Let's back it up again. But, oh yeah, there, I think there's also the danger motif in that Penelope. Hold on. Penelope. Yeah, because normally when we hear Penelope, we hear Penelope. But here we hear Penelope. And one thing I've noticed when it comes to Jorge's music writing is whenever he wants to use his danger motif either consists of triplets or using a previous used chord progression, but making it seem damaged or unsettling, or incorrect. Like, we're not supposed to be hearing it this way. Why is it being played this way? And so right there, the Penelope, that is, I think it's safe to assume that is our danger motif here. So, but rather than using vocals, because we're not going to have, like, a full-fledged musical be a game. Billy Bust Up did that really well already. And it would be really hard to replicate that here. Because again, using the rule of, like, because we are trying to build a game around or build the system around a story, it makes it a lot harder for us. So we are sticking with our JRPG system and dialogue choice system. So here, instead of singing Penelope, we could have like a piano or some sort of vocal synth that just does Da 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 da. And that right there would be the warning, the only warning. Then, that is when we, right here, when she says, hold on.
Don't you miss me?
Right at that moment, we would have our first dialogue option. Right here, we could have another battle, but it's a battle of words. And it's basically the player testing the either testing this Penelope or falling for this Penelope. However, there is a possibility where we could add a little bit from different beasts and have the information said in different beast take place before this. So that way we can give a player a bit more of a fighting chance, because otherwise having this players really hate it when you have a scene that is destined to kill them and then have them retry in order to solve the puzzle correctly. Players hate that. So we are going to, so here we would add the information, hey, we found a boat, or we found a ship with no crew, and that's a sign of sirens. Or we could have the player to try to decide for themselves, what does that mean? And then, boom, Penelope. But yeah. Then, let's see here. Then right here is where you could have the moment of, wait a minute. This is where you could have another dialogue choice where you could either immediately call out the siren or keep playing along. Let's see here. Then let's see here. Right here, because again we are using we would be using a JRPG system. We would be oh, give me a second. Let me make sure that all right, good. Let's see here. Give me a moment. I am just trying to see. All right, there we go. So, right here, we could have possibly, depending on how high one of their stats are, the character could pick up on, oh wait, the bottom half of their body doesn't have legs. See here. But yeah, as far as that goes, yeah, just having every time like at every point the yeah, just basically have this entire section be just a battle of words between the player and the siren. Now, of course, it's first song of the second act, and the first song of the second act has shown a new character, which is the siren. Now we got to determine which version we want, or which depiction of the siren we want. Specifically, which version of Siren Penelope we want. And well, this is Wolfie the Witch, right? Is this Wolfie the Witch? Hold on. No. Oh my god. I'm so dumb. I'm sorry, Jimena. I'm sorry, Jimena. Yeah. Jimena's design is actually really spot on for for how like I guess I would depict a siren that is trying to hide who they are, but still allowing a little bit for the player to see or the audience to see. Because right here, right here is where the dress ends, but there's no legs. There's no legs here. It's just one solid body part, which should be the giveaway right here. But however, because we have the giveaway right there, I would say if so this top half of Penelope, I'd argue yes for Jimena, but not the bottom part. Or at least not this angle. Gigi's was pretty good too. Hold on. So the musical suffering animatic. Yeah, so I've seen yeah, so Gigi's is pretty well done too. Let's see here. Right there. Because the dress is still going even behind the rock, and we don't see anything else. But then we got, I believe, Duvet Box. Yeah, Duvet Box did one. These three here are primary candidates for our Siren Penelope. Let's go ahead and wait for... Here we go. Here, it's a bit more menacing. But once we actually see her... It's still too menacing. But I get the feeling that Duvet Box was meaning to go for a more mysterious approach rather than menacing. But this right here, because of how blank the expression is, aside from the smile, it looks a bit menacing. So I wouldn't say I wouldn't say outright eliminate Duvet Box's depiction, but add the mystique to it using the angles that Gigi has provided, and then use the looks, the overall design from Jimena. So with that, I think that's all we need to oh yes, one more thing to depict. So because somewhere here shows Odysseus actually being tied to the mast, which does happen in the original story. He's tied to the mast. Let's try to find it.
Don't you miss me?
More than you know.
Then jump in the water and kiss me.
Penelope, I've told you this before. You know I'm afraid of the water.
I'll make sure that you are safe and sound. Come play with me and our daughter, and let's watch our love leave the ground.
Oh, I would, but I'd be suffering trying to float the whole time.
I would take the suffering from you.
Ooh, as good as that sounds, right here I'm just
I
fine.
can take the suffering from you.
You know that I prefer my feet.
There we go, right there. It shows that he's tied to the mast. So even if he were to jump, he could be saved by his men. So here, if like the player could somehow detects that they're entering the siren territory, then we could have like a small, like, race against the clock type of section where you got a certain amount of time to prep for these sirens before you start hearing their songs. Or before you're in range of their song. But yeah, so I think that right there is all the analysis we need for suffering. So let's move on to different beasts.
Let's cut the charade. You are no wife of mine. You've been trying to take my life this whole time. I know underwater there are packs of you hiding. Yeah, I know exactly what you are. A siren. My real wife knows I'm not scared of the water. And my real wife knows I don't have a daughter. But while you were so focused on turning my men into snacks, you didn't notice that your friends got snatched.
What?
We are a different beast now. We are the ones who feast now. No more of us deceased, cause we won't take more suffering from you. We are the man-made monsters. We are the ones who conquer. You are a threat no longer. We won't take more suffering from you. We've been away from home for about 12 years or so. First we slayed in our own war, and now we're here with more foes. While on the run from Poseidon, we found a ship with no crew. I realized nearby there were sirens, singing sailors to their dooms. We filled our ears with beeswax, that's how we resist your song. You pretended to be my wife, so I just played along. I know about every route and horizon. Now I know how to get back to my island.
We are a different beast now. We are the ones who feast now. No more of us deceased, 'cause we won't take more suffering from you. We are the man-made monsters. We are the ones who conquer. You are a threat no longer. We won't take more suffering from you.
Spare us. Oh, spare us, please.
Why? So you can kill the next group of sailors in this part of the sea? Nah, you wouldn't have spared me. I made a mistake like this. It almost cost my life. I can't take more risks of not seeing my wife. Cut off their tails! We're ending this now. Throw their bodies back in the water. Let them drown.
He is a different beast now. He is the one who feasts now. No more of us deceased, 'cause he won't take more suffering from you. He is the man-made monster. He is the one who conquers. You are a threat no longer. He won't take more suffering from you. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Kill them all! Kill them all! Kill them
All right, so let's go ahead and break this one down. So, honestly, right here, I'd say this song could just straight up be a cutscene if we were to make it into the game. But again, the part where he's explaining the parts where they found the ship with no crew, which is for ancient Greece, that was a sign of sirens. Right here, we would give the player, like, you know, this investigation or thought process, or a quick thought event. And if the player is able to determine what's going on, then successfully have that word battle or battle of words against the Siren Penelope or Siren Elope, and then dependent on the player's morality progression in the game from at this point, it would outright change the cutscene. Because here we have the ruthless end of the spectrum for Odysseus, where he's not going to spare them. He's killing them all and letting them drown. But if the player was, I guess, neutral, then you would allow them to have a choice of sparing them or killing them. But if they are on the mercy end of the spectrum, we wouldn't allow the player to choose. The player would be forced to spare them. So, plus, if I remember correctly, aren't sirens children of Scylla? Aren't sirens children of Scylla? Someone let me know in the comments or in the chat. Anyways, we can continue. Other than that, yeah, there's not much else to break down. And I can already tell you... Oh, I could already tell you, however, the depiction of the sirens here for Jimena. Yeah. I don't think there's any competition there. This is a really good design, a really good depiction, and the fact that they have that a bunch of them have their own unique um, design. I think that speaks volumes. So Jimena gets an automatic win here. Let's see here. With that, yeah, let's go ahead and move on to Scylla.
The lair of Scylla.
This is Virus AP.
This is our only way home.
Deep down,
You're quiet today.
deep down,
Not much to say.
Deep down,
you hide a reason for
I
shame.
got a secret I can no longer keep. Deep down,
You know that we are the same.
I opened the wind bag while you were asleep.
Leaving them feeling betrayed, breaking the bonds that you've made.
I'm so sorry.
There is no price we won't pay.
Forgive me.
We both know what it takes to survive.
Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Deep down,
We only care for ourselves.
Eurylochus, light up 6 torches.
Deep down, we're lonely demons from hell.
Captain, something approaches.
Hello.
I want to try out this. If only I still had a violin. I want to try doing that violin riff.
Run for your life!
In your sorrow and fears, choke on your blood and your tears. Bleed till you run out of years. We must do what it takes to survive. Give up your honor and faith. Live up your life as a right. Die in the blood where you bathe. We must do what it takes to survive. We are the same, you and I.
All right, all right. So, quite a bit to break down here. So, I have taken a look at a lot of depictions of Scylla, and to be honest, I really like this version of Scylla. The fact that we get a humanoid body as a tongue. A humanoid body as a tongue in the main head of Scylla. That I think is just more horrifying. And more unsettling. Plus, at first, it's more alluring. Because that also ties to the question I had earlier. Is Scylla the mother of sirens? Because didn't Scylla used to be a nymph? I want to say Scylla used to be a nymph, and was turned into this monstrosity by Poseidon. And that's also partially why Poseidon refuses to go anywhere near this area. Let's see here. So let me just back it up here. Who was the artist of this animatic again? Virus AP. Yeah, Virus AP's depiction of Scylla, I think, wins this one. I don't need to show the other ones because just go ahead and look them up. I've seen all of them. I've watched animatics of this. This has to be my second favorite, I think, because of the conversation. The conversation that Scylla has with Odysseus, even though you really only hear Scylla speak throughout this song. Everything else that happens throughout the song is still in response to what's going on the ship. But it's still Scylla directly speaking to Odysseus. Plus, let's see here. The fact that we got everything grayed, I think, adds. Let's see here. In terms of gameplay wise, so this is where I actually give you guys a lesson on and still that's fucking terrifying. Let's see here. So when you design an environment, right here is a good shot. Yeah. When you design an environment for a game, or when you do level design, do you want to take a lot of things into consideration? Colors, size, layout, how, and length. Now I do know I already said size, but size and length are completely different things in terms of level design. So right here, this is pretty much straightforward. This is the lair of Scylla, and the story goes, if you wish to go through Scylla, you must pay 6 lives. But if you go through the lair of Charybdis, you must pay an entire ship. And the let's see here. The here I would argue still add the option of either going through Scylla, going through Charybdis, or do what he did in the original story, which was try to go in between, but still end up getting attacked by Scylla. Scylla are, on one hand, though, I'd argue still using the morality system, depending on the progression, either force them to go one route or the other, or lock out options. With that, I'm not going to talk much about Charybdis yet, because Charybdis has their own song, thankfully. So I'm only going to talk about Scylla here, since this is Scylla's song. For Scylla, we have a few options for dealing with Scylla as an enemy. This could be a boss battle. This could. And the way we could have this boss battle work is either have this be a chase scene, and the goal is to make it through the other end before she finishes eating 6 men, because then she could have the possibility of killing more, or have it just be a decision-making thing where like what Odysseus did in the song, Eurylochus light up 6 torches, 6 heads, 6 targets. Or have it just a flat-out boss battle fight. And at the end of the fight, cutscene is 6 people die. But yeah, I'd say still can't go over how creepy that is. Especially this shot right here. This shot is the... that's why I consider having Scylla's humanoid part as a tongue is more terrifying, because of the fact that she pulled someone in she pulled someone in, and then boom, covered in blood, and she can taste and I'd imagine she is able to taste all that blood that's covered her. With that, I think that's all to cover here. So let's go ahead and move on to Mutiny.
Tell me you did not know that would happen.
Hold on. This is Crashite. I'm bad with names, I had to back it up here to find it.
Tell me you did not know that would happen. Say you didn't know how that would end. Look me in the eyes and tell me, Captain, that you did not just sacrifice 6 men. Use your wits to try and say I'm crazy and mad, that this is awesome trick the gods have sent. Tell me you did not miss home so painfully bad, that you gave up the lives of 6 of our friends. When we fought the Cyclops, you were quick to hatch a plan. And when we fought with Circe, it was you who left behind no man. But when we saw this monster, we didn't take a stand. We just ran. Say something! I can't! Then you have forced my hand. You really lower your weapon. No can do. You miss your wife so bad you drain the lives of your own crew.
Don't make me fight you, brother. You know you'd have done the same.
If you want all the power, you must carry all the blame. Eurylochus, Eurylochus, Eurylochus. Odysseus, Odysseus, Odysseus. There is no price he won't pay.
I am not letting you get in my way! my brothers. Why?
How are we supposed to trust you now? Now, your time has come, your luck's run out. Now, the time has come to shut you down. You relied on wit, and then we died on it. Whoa.
My head. Where are we?
Some island, the first one we found. It's bursting with cows, just roaming around, begging us to eat. So much meat, and hunger is so heavy. This statue, the god of the sun, don't know where it's from, but here's where we found all these cows to hunt. Right in front, and hunger is so heavy.
Hunger is so heavy.
Please don't tell me you're about to do what I think you'll do.
Odie, we're never gonna get to make it home.
Hey, Kazoo.
You know it's true.
You don't know that's
How's it
true.
going?
This is the home of the sun god.
I'm starving, my friend.
But if you kill his cattle, who knows what he'll send. This is the home of the sun
I'm
god.
tired, my friend.
But we're so close to home, this can't be where it ends.
How much longer must I suffer now?
Thanks for the hearts.
How much longer must I push
I
through
need to
doubt?
get
How much longer must I go about my life like this when people die like this? Whoa.
How much longer must we suffer now? How much longer must we push through doubt? How much longer must we go about our lives like this when people die like this?
Just a man.
Really gets no! You've doomed us. You've doomed us all, Eurylochus!
Captain?
We need to get away from this island now! Grab an arm with all the strength your arms allow! These cows were immortal. They were the sun god's friends. And now that we've pissed them off, who do you think he'll send?
Full speed ahead! Full speed ahead!
Faster!
Full speed ahead!
Faster!
Full speed ahead!
We're too late.
All right, so a lot to break down here because I believe this is the longest song in the entire musical, I believe. It's over 5 minutes, I think. So, give me a moment. There we go. So here, again, this would most likely be a moment that would only happen depending on the player's choices, and it could be a moment that happens sooner rather than later. I mean, it could have. We could always have this moment happen, like just as soon as luck runs out in the Ocean Saga. Or this could be a moment that just doesn't happen at all, depending on the player's choices. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and take a look at. Let's see here. Right here, I'd say. Well, actually, hold on. Yeah, there we go. So, at first, when like mutiny happens, again, using the cruise or using a relationship type of system, where like this person will remember that, or this other person will remember that, and your decisions not only affect your morality but your relationship with the people around you. We could say that if the crew relationship gets low enough or too low, then a mutiny starts. Or if Eurylochus's relationship level gets low enough or too low, then he leads the mutiny. And then here, but this particular moment here, we could have like it start with a battle of words, because Eurylochus flat out said, "Use your wits to say I'm crazy and mad." And if the player wants to, in this instance, we could allow them to attempt to do that. But if they choose to stay silent, because again, using the telltale recipe where silence is a valid response, then let's see here. Yeah. Yeah, where silence is a valid option for a response, then this happens where just Odysseus will automatically say, I can't I don't have anything to say for my actions, type of thing. And then have a battle, not just a cutscene, but an actual battle where you the player are fighting your best friend, or not best friend because Polites was our best friend, but your brother-in-law, your second in command. Let's see here. This would be a boss battle. This would be a boss battle because of the music. Jorge is actually following the recipe of video game music when it comes to environments, and the situation. He always has a special recipe for when something is intended to be a boss battle, and this right here I see as a boss battle because there are backing vocals supporting one or the other. And honestly, we could break the rules of engagement during this scene in particular. We could have the player potentially choose whose side they're on for this fight. Is Odysseus in the right, or is Eurylochus in the right? But there is no in between. And basically, who do you agree with more? And you cannot choose neither. And if you choose to fight as Eurylochus, then and then win, we'll have the scene of whatchamacallit, taking over the boat as captain, and possibly even killing Odysseus. Meanwhile, if you fight as Odysseus, as you win the fight, you end up getting stabbed in the back by one of your crewmates before you can deal a finishing blow. Just like in this song. Let's see here. But I'll also give an example of so all the way back in Survive, we hear hold on. Here we go. Yeah, we get the Polyphemus. Yeah, Polyphemus. While for ruthlessness, we do get the boss, our quote unquote boss's name mentioned several times in the song. However, it is only the beginning. But again, I think that's just a Sephiroth. That's a Sephiroth inspiration. Right here. Poseidon, Sephiroth, 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 Sephiroth.
You know my
Yeah. We didn't get very much of that in the Cersei saga in the fight against Cersei, because Cersei was more of a duel than a boss battle. There wasn't any boss battle here. Scylla didn't have her name mentioned other than, well, the lair of Scylla. Just fun. Just right here.
The lair of Scylla.
And the reason why I consider Scylla to be a boss battle is because her name was mentioned several times before getting to this point, and then finally one time when they enter the lair. Then we go back to Mutiny. Eurylochus's name is mentioned many times by the crew, supported by the crew. But another reason why I think we would allow the player to choose between Odysseus and Eurylochus is because Odysseus' name is also mentioned, supporting Odysseus as well.
You must carry all the blame.
Eurylochus, Eurylochus, Eurylochus. Odysseus, Odysseus, Odysseus.
There we go. So, which in this instance, following following the formula that Jorge has been using, we could use this moment to give the player the option of either continuing to play as Odysseus or completely change the role, switch the perspective to Eurylochus. As far as the cows go, I'd argue take away this scene if you play as Eurylochus. Take away the scene if you play as Eurylochus. Because more than likely, they would have found a different island before the before Apollo's island. Let's see here. But if you continue to play as Odysseus, then this does happen, and this turns into you could have dialogue options in order to attempt to stop this from happening, but I'd say have it be one of those situations where you need to be perfect. You need to be perfect in order to stop what's about to happen here. If not, just have this one big cutscene. Let's see here. And especially this part. This part definitely make it a cutscene. With that, let's go ahead and move on. This is Neil, illustrator.
Pride is a damsel in distress, hiding away where only I can undress her. Trial she cannot to confess. In the end, it's all the same once I apply all the pressure. Thunder, bring her through the ringer. Show her I'm the judgment call, the one who makes her kingdom fall. Lightning, wield her, use and gild her. Show her what she can't conceal, for true nature will be revealed. Tell me, Odysseus, if I were to make you choose the lives of your men and crew or your own, why do I think they'd lose? Enlighten me, King of Ithaca, since hunger was far too great. I wonder who'd take the weight of the damned and suffer a gruesome fate. To the thunder bringer, here to bring your ears until you're deaf with fear, and spear you while your death is near. Lightning wielder, here to yield your time, for you have passed your prime. Sublime you for your act of crime. Choose.
Choose?
Someone's gotta die today, and you have got the final say. You or your crew.
Please don't make me do this! Don't make me do this!
Does a comet become a meteor? When does a candle become a blaze? When does a man become a monster? Does a ripple become a tidal wave? When does a reason become a rain? When does a man become a monster?
Captain?
I have to see her.
But we'll die.
I know.
Thunder, bring her through the ringer. Show her I'm the judgment call, the one who makes her kingdom fall. Lightning, wield her, use and yield her. Show her what she can't conceal, for true nature will be revealed.
Ainhoa Velasco for this part. All right, so we got a bit to break down here. First of all, so the reason why, so yesterday when I did, when I was breaking down the horse and the infant, I didn't give a proper decision on who could depict Zeus. And well, I think we have our answer here. Neil Illustrator did a really good job here. Plus, I think Zeus might be the only one that could break the rules of let's keep the gods almost as look as human as us in terms of body and size, because Zeus is the king of all gods, or king of Olympus. So he could pretty much do whatever he wants. I mean, he disguised himself as a cow, crying out loud. So let's see here. So another thing to possibly have in our game here is well, because this is a Greek story, hubris is heavily prevalent in or as a heavily prevalent topic in this part of the story, or just throughout the story. And I mean, here Zeus says it perfectly. Pride is a damsel in distress, hiding away where only I can undress her. Try all she cannot to confess. In the end, it's all the same once I apply all the pressure. Translating that, this hubris, which is basically, I guess a simile for the word pride, but hubris is, I would say, pride to the most extreme, where it becomes a sin. Cow Zeus. Yeah. Let's see here. This is Zeus basically saying, your pride is what will allow me, Zeus, to show you your true colors. Pride itself shows a man's true colors, especially when in an extreme life or death situation. Pride always wins. That is what Zeus is saying. And this could be another conflict that we have in our game. Pride versus what's the opposite of pride? Humbleness. I think humble is the opposite of pride. But nevertheless, have that be another conflict that we could possibly have. And in this moment right here, well, this is not a boss battle, all right? This is not a boss battle. I mean, if we wanted to have this a boss battle, it would just be a survive. Mainly because, well, Zeus's name isn't sung. Other than, Thunder Bringer. But that's not really Zeus's name. If we want to have this be a boss battle, then I'd argue that Jorge would have had Zeus's name just mentioned several times. But Zeus's name, I don't think Zeus's name is ever spoken ever in this musical. We hear the name Polyphemus, we hear the name Poseidon, we hear the name Circe, we hear the name Scylla, and we also hear the name Odysseus. But yeah, we never hear the name Zeus spoken anywhere in this musical. So, wow. Yeah, so this is not a boss battle. It is either a survive or just a cutscene with a bunch of choices that with just a bunch of choices. Or simply the one choice which is you or your crew. But this moment right here gave me an idea. Another mechanic we could add to our dialogue option system. We could have a flashback system where when you reach a branching path that was affected by an earlier choice, you get a flashback to the decision that you made. Oh, hi. Wait, Hermes? Hermes is in the chat? Is it, can... Oh, wait, Hermes, can I have some of that moly, please? But anyways. Yeah, welcome, Hermes. Here, I'd say that, yeah, here, this just gives me the idea of perhaps if we were to make this a full-fledged game and still follow our, dialogue option system, we could add a flashback system where whenever you reach a spot in the story that was affected by your decision, we have a flashback to the decision that was made that directly caused this. Just keep in mind that the chat is like on a 30 or 60-second delay, so that way I could have captions on for you guys, those of you who need captions. So yeah, forgive me if it takes a while to respond to your chats. God dang it. So, but yeah, I don't think there's much else to say about this song. Other than, yeah, but again, I would go with, hold on. I would go with, this version. I would go with this version of Zeus if we were to, if we were forced to choose a depiction to implement in a game. You guys. I love that conversation down there. But yeah, this depiction of Zeus, I feel would best fit in the game. It breaks all the rules that we've had established before with the gods, and frankly, Zeus is the only one that should be allowed to break those rules. Let's see here. Of course, we would change the scene to have it on the boat because they, in the previous song, they were trying to get away from the island, and all of a sudden, in this illustration, they're on the island still. So yeah. Well, yeah. So that was all the Thunder Saga. Let's move on to the Wisdom Saga. Oh, this is new. This is I haven't seen this animatic illustrator yet. Hold on. Rochi-chan. Well, welcome to the community, Rochi-chan.
It's just me, myself, and I. stuck in my bedroom, living in this world you left behind. Dreaming of all these monsters that I'll never get to fight. But boy, I wish I could, so I could bring the world some light. Cause I'm stuck with your stories, but no clue who you are. And no idea if you're dead or just too far. Somebody tell me, come and give me a sign. If I fight those
Showing
monsters, is it you I'll
Athena's
find?
owl
If so, then
right there.
give
Wow.
me sirens
Okay.
and a cyclops. Give me giants and a hydra. I know life in Feth
Argos!
is but I
Argos!
wanna be legendary.
Argos!
Like the harpies and chimera's, the minotaur, even Cerberus. I know life in Fate is scary, but I wanna be legendary. There are strangers in our halls, trying to win the heart of my mom, but she is standing tall. 108 old faces of men who call me small. They keep taking space and it's not much longer we can stall. Cause they're getting impatient, dangerous too. And I would fight them if I was half as strong as you. Somebody help me, come and give me the strength. Can I do whatever it takes to keep my mom safe? If so, then give me sirens and a cyclops. Give me giants and a hydra. I know life and fate are scary, but I wanna be legendary. I'll fight the harpies and chimeras, the minotaur, even Cerberus. I know life and fate are scary, but I wanna be legendary.
Where is he? Where is the man who loved you to wife? Oh, 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 where is he? Where is the man with whom you'll spend your life? Cause it's been 20 years and we still have no king.
Give me a chance, a single opportunity, and I'll overcome these obstacles and scrutiny. And
Boy, when's your tramp of a mother gonna choose a new husband? Why don't you open her room so we can have fun with her?
don't you dare call my mother a tramp.
Oh, I just did. What you gonna do about it, champ?
Somebody tell me, come and give me a sign. If I fight this monster,
Hold on. Wait. What the hell?
legendary. Chance, a single opportunity, and I'll overcome these obstacles and scrutiny. And
Boy,
Hold on. Wait. Whoops.
somebody tell me, come and give me a sign. If I fight this monster, is it you
I hit the wrong button.
I'll find?
Okay, hold on. I need to go back. I need to use. Yeah, is my toggle working? Yes, my toggle is working. Good. So they're actually. Oh my gosh, I love this so much. Okay, I think Rochi-chan has just become my favorite for this animatic or for the song. Because they include Argos and the purpose for having Argos there. Okay, Argos. Yeah. Yeah, guys. So Hermes is actually correct in the. Let's see here. Hermes is correct in the chat there about Argos being more than 20 years old. Arguably, he could be like 25 years old. I'm uncertain. The original story of the Odyssey is pretty much unclear of how exactly old the dog is, because of time inconsistency. But so Argos was raised by Odysseus. And before Odysseus left Ithaca for the Trojan War, he told Argos to watch over the family while he's away. And Argos keeps on he keeps on living, and he keeps doing his best to protect the family while he's away. He does this for 20 years, the entire time he's away. And then when Odysseus arrives in disguised as a hermit, or no, not a hermit, disguised as a beggar, Argos immediately sees through the disguise, senses he's nearby, and greets him. And then, after seeing his master is home and he's entering the palace, that's when Argos dies. He passes away after seeing after greeting his master and seeing his master enter the palace, because that moment he knew that his job was done. He fulfilled his promise. He can die happy, knowing that he protected the family. Yeah. Yeah. So, Rochi-chan, I say you have the best depiction of Argos. You have the best depiction of Argos. Now, as far as the depiction of Telemachus, I'm going to have to say not so much. Because yes, Odysseus is supposed to be shorter than most people in the Odyssey. But from what this looks like Telemachus is much shorter than even Odysseus. And that doesn't quite sit right with me. Hold on, let me try to get that height comparison with there we go. Yeah. He's to me he seems shorter than Odysseus here, even looking at the comparison between Telemachus and Antinous. The plus, yes, he's 20 years old, but one thing to keep in mind is even getting to your 40s was an accomplishment during this time, during this era. And so when you got into your 20s, you already started to look like an today's version of your 20s in Greek time, in ancient Greece, would technically be today's version of your 40s. And I see all youthfulness, no maturity whatsoever. Which, granted, this is supposed to be a story that spans over a long period of time. I do see what Rochi is doing for this depiction. However, again, I don't see. I see that this is too youthful. Meanwhile, the depiction of Antinous, even though it's very, very sketchy, because I mean it's an animatic, it's going to be sketchy, very rough. But this, from what I could see and what I can picture Rochi trying to accomplish, I really like this depiction. I really like this depiction. Possibly, if we were to, because again, we are in a new song, new characters have been shown, which means we have to pick what depiction we want for each of the characters, each of the new characters. For the suitors, we don't really have for the rest of the suitors, we don't really have to be picky about their depictions. It's mainly Antinous that we got to worry about, and then Telemachus. And of course, Argos. Argos it has to be shown. Jorge is also one of the smallest cast members. I believe so, yes. If I were to recall, hold on, let me turn off the what the fuck toggle. All right, there we go. So yeah, I do think you're right. I think Jorge is the smallest, one of the smallest. But I also do know that Odysseus in the Odyssey is meant to be shorter than the others. A relatively short person. Let's see here. Yeah, for Antinous, however, for Antinous' depiction, I would say go with this depiction mixed with Aniflama's depiction in that was shown in the in Hold 'Em Down. Yep, Hold Them Down. Because Aniflama's depiction was mwah, chef's kiss. Gwendy didn't give the suitors eyes for a reason. Yeah. Yeah. But I also understand that a large majority of the artists are trying to give the depictions of each of these characters the same depiction as their voice actors or singers. However, as I mentioned yesterday, when we were discussing how I myself would depict polities, we are not going to include glasses because I'm going to back it up all the way here. Hold on. Yeah, because glasses did not exist. Oh, bye, Beans. Glasses does not exist for another, 1,300 years. So, and the thing about game design, when you are setting your narrative or making your narrative, especially if you're going to make a historical fiction or have your story set in a certain time period, you need to be as accurate as you can be. Still add some fictional stuff for gameplay purposes, but yeah, you can't glasses, for example, here, if we were to have it set in ancient Greece, would be a big no-no. Which was why also yesterday I mentioned that if I were to choose the depiction that we have, or out of the depictions that we have, I would use Brett Pixel's depiction of Polites. No glasses, and I believe he's slightly taller than Odysseus. But I will say, do include the headband. Do include the headband. Because ribbons, scarves, and headbands were used a lot. Back in... they've been used for millennia. And, granted, that right there would allow us to do what just about all the other animatic artists have been doing, which is show all the way through Act 1, after Polites' death, Odysseus held on to it, but when he became the monster, he got rid of it. But yeah, so back to back to Legendary. In terms of, hold on. Nope. In terms of depicting or choosing the which depiction we have for Telemachus, still go for the design of trying to have a spitting image of Odysseus, but a younger version of Odysseus. I believe when I was going over the decision of what depiction we could have for Odysseus, I mentioned a mixture of Gigi and Wolfie the Witch's designs. Polites was buff. I don't think you're wrong, but yeah, it's been... I haven't read the Odyssey since high school, so my memory is a bit fuzzy on the minor details. All I know is that Odysseus was relatively shorter than the others. That's about it in terms of sizes. Let's see here. With that, in terms of gameplay, however, so here's where we would definitely have to do a lot of rearranging, because one of the rules, I believe, hold on, who was it that I was watching earlier? Ink Rights. He, I believe, said it perfectly when he reacted to the Thunder Saga 2 days ago. Which was this entire saga breaks so many rules on about storytelling, to the point where the Wisdom Saga is kind of the weakest saga and I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one who thinks this. The Wisdom Saga is the weakest saga in terms of storytelling. Great songs. Really good songs. However, I think that it would be stronger if the entire saga was moved to either the entire saga or parts of the story was told over time, starting right after Ruthlessness, or or keep your friends close. Because if you're going to introduce another story arc in the perspective of another main character, then you want to introduce that story arc well into the beginning or halfway through the first act. Here, this is the third act, pretty much, in terms of storytelling. Yes, this is the second act in terms of the musical, but in storytelling, this would be the third act. This does not feel like a third act. This feels like the first act all over again. And because of this, I would, in terms of both story-wise and gameplay-wise, I would move a large portion of this storyline all the way back to the Ocean Saga. And have like a mini saga. Let's see here. Let's see here. And I don't think there's much else to talk about in terms of gameplay, actually, because other than dialogue options, because dialogue options would definitely fit when you're having the confrontation with Antinous. But other than that, that's it. Saving this in epic playlist. Oh, thank you, Hermes. But yes, we shall go ahead and move on to Little Wolf.
Fight, little wolf, fight, wanna entertain me. Bite, little wolf, bite, let's see how you take this. Strike, little wolf, strike, wanna be a man then. Fight, little wolf, fight, little wolf, fight. You've made your worst mistake here. Might be your last one too. You'll have run out of bones to break when you and I are through. I'll teach you all the lessons your daddy never could. This cruel world doesn't give out presents just for being good. So fight, little wolf, fight, wanna entertain me. Bite, little wolf, bite, let's see how you take this. Strike, little wolf, strike, wanna be a man then fight, little wolf, fight, little wolf, fight. Or die, little wolf, die, don't you know it's fight or fly, little wolf, fly. Or because you had to try, little wolf, try, run away before you die, little wolf, die, little wolf, die.
Need some help?
Yes! I always get chills of excitement right here.
I suggest you fight back.
I don't know how.
Uppercut him now.
Whoa. How did I do that? This time now moving slow.
No, I just made your thoughts quick.
Whoa, that is so sick.
All right, now, let's try this again. I've no respect for bullies, those who impose their will. I've seen plenty enough to truly understand this kind of filth. Let's teach this dog a lesson in front of all his kind. One young wolf has a larger heart than all these men combined. Fight, little wolf, fight. Show them that you've got some fight. Little wolf, fight. Take advantage now and strike. Little wolf, strike. Don't go down without a fight. Little wolf, fight. Little wolf, get up and fight.
push stupid too hard.
Ow. Go back and cry in your corner. Make sure your mother hears. If she won't choose a man to adorn her, will bring blood and tears.
All right, GG. But yeah, so even though that wasn't exactly the end of the song, we're gonna stop it right there because this like segues right into the next song. But yeah, so who did this one again? Let me back it up to the beginning so that way I can see the credit here. By what is there? Hold on, Creo. I think I think it's pronounced Creo. Yeah, shout out to Creo for this animatic. But so gameplay wise, I would so this one I think assumes that they are in like the dining room or something like that, or the or the mess hall. I prefer it being in the training yard that was shown in Rochi's in Rochi's animatic. And in terms of the gameplay mechanics, I'd argue this could be the point where you reintroduce or reteach the quick thought mechanic, where your thoughts slow down to make a decision. However, have this section be less dialogue choice and more combat oriented. Still using our weight based combat system. And to remind everyone, and also for those who are new around here that weren't here yesterday, I'll re-explain fight systems in games. So there are... Oh, Jorge posted? Yeah. Yeah. But, so, I'll re-explain fight mechanics, or fight systems. So, there are 3 types of battle systems in games. There is the turn-based combat system, where it's just, you take turns. It's your turn, you do a move. It's the enemy's turn, they do a move. Then there is the real-time combat system, where basically everyone can act at the same time. However, action economy is affected by like either stamina or how long it takes for the animation to complete, using whatever move that you put in. Then there is the weight-based system. A weight-based system isn't used very often, but it is most heavily used in Final Fantasy games. I believe Final Fantasy VII started that mechanic. It was the first game to introduce the mechanic or system. They also Square Enix also used it in White Knight Chronicles and Final Fantasy 10 and 13, I believe. I don't know if they used it in any of their other Final Fantasy titles. I believe they used it in one of their Kingdom Hearts games. Either way, that's to further explain the weight system. the wait system acts as, okay, you input an action. Once you perform the action, there's a timer that will start, depending on which action you did. Let's say you swung your sword. Okay, you can't act again for 5 seconds. Oh, did you cast a spell? Okay, now it's 10 seconds. You gotta wait. Did you use a really special move? Now it's 30 seconds that you gotta wait before you can act again. It's every action you make, you perform an action, or every action you make, it starts a timer before you can make another move. And the weight-based system, as I've said yesterday, is what I feel would best fit a game for the Odyssey, or specifically Epic the Musical. And still using the weight-based system here for the combat between Telemachus and Antinous, but reintroducing the quick thought to where maybe it reduces the timer, or you can act more or do more actions. It gives you a higher action economy. But as we saw at the end of the not the animatic, the song here, we see that Athena says it herself right here. Oh, maybe I pushed you too hard. Using it too much could have a consequence. Either you get too tired, or the longer you use it, the higher chance your opponent has of making a critical hit against you. It could be a variety of things. Again, this is us brainstorming. This isn't us actually making a game. This is a what-if scenario. What if we did this? So, now another thing I would like to comment. So Antinous. So a bit about me, real quick. I am a game master. I run tabletop RPGs like Dungeons and Dragons, Call of Cthulhu, and I'm also making my own tabletop RPG. I always love playing villains. I love well-crafted villains, and they're just so fun to play. Villains like Antinous, villains that are just evil for the sake of being evil, in my opinion, are the best villains. Because we don't see those anymore being written. Heck, I believe the last one we saw that was evil just for the sake of being evil was either Strahd from Dungeons and Dragons, or I forgot the name of the judge, but the judge in Hunchback of Notre Dame, the Disney movie. An Antinous right here, however, is a villain that is just evil for the sake of being evil. I love those type of villains, and I love playing them because it adds so much to the roleplay. And yes, his other song, which is later on down the line, "Hold Them Down." Well, it shows him saying what horrible acts he plans on doing. I wouldn't mind doing a cover of all of Antinous' singing. I wouldn't mind doing a cover of all of his songs. Because man, I love playing as a villain that's just evil for the sake of being evil. But nevertheless, let's move on. So everyone say hello to our good friend Gigi.
Tell me, Athena, why you came to my aid.
I had a friend before and he was a lot like you. I helped him fight through war, but he had his demons too. And then we grew apart. Then his light went dark. And so I thought maybe if I'd made a different call, maybe if I hadn't missed it all, maybe he'd be fine. Maybe we'd unwind. Maybe if I help another soul, maybe if I helped you reach your goal, life could be that bright. I could sleep at night.
Athena, I don't know who your friend is. I don't know what he's like, but my time with you's been splendid. The best day of my life, cause I got in a fight and I didn't die. I've never felt strong before. You're my friend, I couldn't ask for more. And so I think maybe if life wasn't spent as planned, maybe it's time that you lend a hand. I don't think he'll mind. If not his friend, then mine. Maybe to fall is to learn one way. Maybe it's all gonna turn out great. I know we'll be fine. I know it's light you'll find.
You're a good kid.
Thanks.
All right, so a bit to unpack here. So first things first, I do want to point out again. So GG, phenomenal work. But also, I am going to point out what I've pointed out before yesterday. So GG had animators and artists alike tend to have a signature or habit that they pick up in their projects. So GG's signature happens to be the spin shots. And so like we see a half spin shot near the beginning. We see two spin shots in this song. That is, hold on. Here we go.
And so I thought maybe
Yeah, so half spin shot right there, and we see a almost 360, maybe a I want to say 270, a 270 a spin. Hold on, so like
The best day of my life, cause I got in a fight and I didn't
I'm gonna let it
die.
play through.
I've never felt strong before. You're my friend, I couldn't ask for more. And so I think maybe if life
Right there. So GG, I love GG spin shots. I really do. Don't get me wrong. However, when it comes to long-term projects or animations that when it comes to working on animations for a project that is going to show content over like 90 minutes or more, whether it's for a TV show, a video game, or movie. Yeah. You don't want to show too much of the same thing. And as we all know here, Gigi loves using spin shots. She loves using spin shots. And I don't blame her, because every time I see them, I am wowed by it. But, however, one rule to keep in mind is if you use too much of the same thing, your audience is either not going to be able to acknowledge it anymore, or they are going to get scared by or not scared, either get scared off or just get bored off of the presentation. And so, which is why for long-term projects, specifically for movies and or video games, you want to follow a rule of 3. Particularly when it comes to acts. So, like, again, if from yesterday, if I were to be talking to Gigi right now about how I would want her to draw animations of my movie, or if I were directing the animations for this musical, I would say, okay, Gigi, you are allowed to use spin shots. However, you're only allowed to use spin shots, 3 spin shots per act. So you're allowed to use 3 in Act 1 and 3 in Act 2. But that's it. With, of course, as I mentioned yesterday, Puppeteer being an exception, because Puppeteer it's just a what the hell type of spin shot, because it goes back and forth between 2 perspectives. That was amazing. But the reason why spin shots in particular is a kind of a setback when it comes to signatures in a long-term project is because a spin shot is meant to represent either chaos, turmoil, or presentation. The chaos and turmoil are pretty much either internal or external. Internal chaos is argument with oneself. External is arguments with everyone in the room. And then presentation is meant to show off the environment as the characters are moving. And you feel, and there's not really a better way to present the environment. Spin shots are usually used as a last resort when it comes to presentation. Because they are, 1, they are difficult, and 2, it can confuse the audience and have them focus less on dialogue and more on what's happening on screen. And so here, these spin shots are okay. They are not overused or used in a spot where we would lose focus. Because the first one with Athena, that's that 90 spin shot was showing her going into the to the room to see the wall right here. But then going further to see the 270 spin shot with Telemachus, it's to see him walking along the balcony. Let me back it up a bit. Yeah, that's I'm pretty sure that's a 270/1. It's a so it's a what This does a 270 and does a, or 270 or 275-ish, and then does a 90 or 45 going back, which it keeps the spin shot unique, keeps the spin shot fresh, and will still allow for the audience to be wowed or still pulled into the to the scenery or what's happening on screen. So here, if Gigi was in charge of animating this scene in my game, I would allow these spin shots to stay. I would allow these spin shots to stay. However, because it's still a spin shot, I would consider those two one use and say that she is not allowed to use, or she only has two more left throughout the entirety of the act. With that, we can back up a bit. So in terms of gameplay, I'd say this would be a again, dialogue option heavy mostly. No well, there's obviously no combat, but however, the fact that this takes place 10 years after the breakup between Athena and Odysseus, we could still have this be one of the branching paths. Like, this scene possibly just won't happen if the player chooses to straight up kill Polyphemus. And then we would have a completely different story. But if the player's actions do lead to this moment, then we would have this moment, mostly a cutscene with the player allowed to interact with the dialogue from Telemachus's perspective. With that, I don't see anything else we could go over. So let's go ahead and move on to Love in Paradise. This is Murchie.
Old friend, it's been 10 years since I last saw you.
Remember me? I am the infamous Odysseus!
Let's see where you've been. Keep your hands close and your enemies closer.
Ruthlessness is mercy upon mercy.
On the wrong move and you're done for. Anything I
Song of past romance, I see the
We won't take more suffering from you.
drown in your sorrow and fears.
Captain,
I have to see her.
but we'll die.
I know.
Odysseus, where did you go?
And we got Gigi again.
Morning, sleepyhead, you've been resting for a while. I swore that you were dead when you washed up on my aisle. Did you know you talk in your sleep? Tell me though, who's Penelope?
She's my wife.
Anyways, I've got all you can want here, all you can need here. Just you and me, my dear, my love for life. Soon into bed we'll climb and spend our time.
I'm not your man.
I'm what you want here, I'm what you need here. Just you and me, my love in paradise. Now till the end of time. From here on out, you're mine. All
I know
right.
I could kill you where you stand. I'm no pet, I'm a married man.
Oh, handsome, you may try, but last I checked, goddesses can't die.
Goddess.
You're adorable. Bow down now to the immortal Calypso, here to entertain. But fear not, I bring no pain, 'cause we got all we could want here, all we could need here. Under my spell, we're stuck in paradise. No one can come or go. My island stays unknown.
No, I don't belong here. There's something wrong here. I won't be drawn to love in paradise. Not till the end of time. There is no way.
You're mine, all mine.
7 years she's kept you trapped out
Duvet
of
box.
control. Time can take a heavy toll.
Odysseus?
All I hear are screams.
Odie, get away from the ledge.
You don't know what I've gone through. You don't know what I've sacrificed. Every comrade I long knew. Every friend, I saw them die. And all I hear are
It will be fine,
screams.
dear. Come back inside, dear. Love of my life, come back to paradise. I know your life's been hard. I'll stay inside your heart.
All I hear are
I love
screams.
you, my dear. I love our time here. Life would be so much
Just
worse
let
if
me
you
close
had
my
died. Please stay
eyes.
away from harm. Stay in my open arms.
Why would they do this? All right, but anyways,
He needs my help.
all right. So there's actually a lot more to unpack here than anything else. Some of it, though, we are going to cover in Not Sorry for Loving You, because it is a topic that we need to talk about. Ink Rights did talk about this yesterday, I believe. Yesterday or today. We are going to be getting into a very serious topic, so I'm going to put in a trigger warning right now. Yeah. So, abuse, suicide, and PTSD. All of this, we have all of this in one package, in just this one song. When it comes to dealing with really hard topics such as these in stories, it is very difficult to include without it coming off as harmful or distasteful, especially in video games. It is very hard to do, which is why when these topics end up getting included in your story or project, you need to handle this stuff with extreme care. Jorge, though at no fault of his own, because it is difficult, did not handle the abuse topic with enough care. Yes, manipulation is abuse. Because like, so right here, hold on. right here is the perfect, and it perfectly simulates PTSD. It simulates PTSD perfectly, because what triggers the flashbacks? The term open arms. And who used that phrase often? Polities. Polities. And the reason why I say this captures PTSD perfectly is because PTSD is often triggered through either a single action or phrase. I mean, I'm gonna like give probably a really extreme example here, but this is for the sake of giving an example. Like someone with PTSD could have pineapple be the trigger word. Every time I say the word pineapple, they would freak out. And because pineapple happens to be a trigger word for their PTSD. It's the same thing with different songs, or it's the same thing with songs or actions, like how in the Green Mile for I forgot the prison guard's name, but there is a show that triggered PTSD because it reminded them of a moment with John Coffey. Or even I'm gonna get huge flack for this from YouTube when saying this. Even sexual assaults or rape victims have a lot of triggers that could potentially be drilled into them, such as songs that were played when the act happened, or being touched in a certain way could trigger them as well. All this stuff has to be considered when including PTSD as a possible topic or subject in your story. And when it comes to PTSD, you do not want to beat around the bush. Same with suicide. Do not beat around the bush. However, another thing you really do not want to do is either make fun or light of the topic. And of course, you also need to find the balance of don't overdo it either, because otherwise you're going to scare away your players. I will go over the abuse part after we listen to Not Sorry for Loving You. Yeah, so we'll put the rest of that topic on hold for now and do our game design analysis. So I do need to. Well, actually, I already did explain how it should be shown. I guess the how-to stuff I mentioned about PTSD could also be applied for the suicide topic, but not so much the abuse part. The abuse part we are going to talk about more later. But in terms of gameplay and game design, so this is also a part where sexual assault is actually prevalent here. It's not depicted or anything in the musical here, but it is alluded to because of the phrase "soon together." Soon together in bed we'll climb. I think it was the phrase. Let's see here. Yeah, soon into bed we'll climb and spend our time. That's insinuating sexual assault. Since this happened for 7 years. So I want to bring up a really, or I want to pull up an example of how this is. Oh, Hermes, no. Well, thank you for hanging out. It was lovely to have you. But yeah, so when it comes to, so I want to bring up an example. Danganronpa, specifically Danganronpa, Ultra Despair Girls. There is a scene in Ultra Despair Girls where you play a mini game, and the goal of the mini game is to make sure that you don't, is to make sure your PC, your playable character, doesn't get groped or groped too much. And if they get groped too much, they climax and they become a sex slave. It's a really fucked up part of the game. Bye, Hermes. Let's see here. That right there is a huge example of what not to do in a game, because that right there took, just flat out treated sexual assault as a joke. So when it comes to if we want to have something like this included in our game, but also complying with the ESRB and making sure we avoid the adults only rating, we would need to make sure that, of course, again, from yesterday, any sexual acts happens off screen. You are allowed to include the mentions or acts of sexual assault in your game, but it cannot happen on screen. Willing sexual acts, however, if they occur on screen, they have to be like not easily seen, or they appear only once. Non-consensual sexual acts cannot appear on screen whatsoever. You can have sounds of it. You are allowed to have sounds of it. You're allowed to have mentions of it. But it cannot directly be shown if you want to maintain a rated M rating and avoid the adults only rating. But even so, most game designers will avoid this. Will avoid sexual violence anyways to be shown on on screen unless it is specifically for an adult audience. Like a hentai game or something like that. So here, because this is Calypso and Odysseus, or Calypso sexually assaulting Odysseus, yes, we do have, like, we can have a mention of it, so it fades to black or white, like fades to black, and you hear the sounds of either Odysseus shouting no, 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 and Calypso shouting yes, yes, yes. I know that sounds insensitive, but I'm trying to, like, you know, give the example here. And then it fades, the sound fades, or cuts, and then we fade into a new picture of the aftermath. And, I mean, an example of what we could possibly fade into would be the suicide, the suicidal scene / PTSD scene, because right here is right here, Odysseus is flat out saying that he wants to kill himself. That's why, like, he's saying, "Let me close my eyes." He's saying, "Let me close my eyes," because he wants to die. He wants to close his eyes and never open them again. However, Calypso's spell prevents him from harming himself. Odysseus wants to harm himself so much, but Calypso's magic prevents him from doing so. So, this is another thing that we need to be aware of when it comes to suicide in our game. Suicide has been depicted a lot in games. And I believe there have been a few on-screen suicidal deaths in games before. I can't name any off the top of my head. Possibly some Telltale games, and possibly BioShock. I think BioShock had one. Don't quote me on that though. So in terms of the ASRB standards, you are allowed to have suicide on screen, but I'm pretty sure it's only one. So if it's something that's guaranteed to happen, then there can only be one. If it's a scene that could happen but you can miss, you could have more. But again, it's a very much it depends scenario. And but regardless of whether or not you are complying with the ASRB standards, you also gotta keep in mind that you gotta keep in mind who your target audience is. And you gotta ask yourself, when my audience or my players play this game and they see stuff like this, is it gonna scare them away? If the answer is yes, then you're doing something wrong. Let's see here. Now, is it true 100% of the time if the answer is yes? No. because the point of the scenes are to make you feel something. Here, the point of this the point of this scene here would be to make you feel emotional pain. It's meant to make you feel empathy for Odysseus, but also some sort of mixed feelings towards Calypso. Yes, you're supposed to hate Calypso for doing these horrible acts to Odysseus, but it's also meant to give you a more positive fallback on Calypso for trying to keep him alive. At the same time, making you hate her more. Because she's the one who drove him to this train of thought. In terms of gameplay, I don't see, because that's another thing. When it comes to sexual assault and or suicide in video games, you really do not want interaction involved in those scenes. I mean, unless it's an adults only game, unless your goal is to make an adults only game, then don't involve any interaction in these scenes. Let's see here. So arguably, if we were to but even so, if in order to avoid putting too much on the player, but also still give the impact or the thought, the reaction that we want, I'd say keep this entire thing a cutscene. Keep this entire thing cutscene only, no player involvement whatsoever. Yes, it's railroady, but sometimes railroading a player in these instances is safer than allowing the player to have choices. Because again, even though we are making this a choose-your-own adventure game, this right here could be the consequence of the player's actions. Based off of what just based off of what you have done throughout the game. Does it suck to have it? Yes. Do we need to have it in here? Well, sadly, yes, because again, that's what makes making a system around a story really hard, or making a game around a story really hard. And that's also why making a story around a game easier. Because making the story around the game, you're allowed to basically cut whatever you want from the story if you don't like it. But in this case, we're making the game around the story. And because we're making the game around the story, we can't really cut much when it comes to the story. We can only cut major things when it comes to gameplay. So that's why if someone is to make a full-fledged video game based off of the Odyssey or Epic the Musical, sadly, they cannot avoid this scene. They cannot avoid this scene without facing backlash. it's a basically damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario. So, but we're still not done here because we also got to go over, since Calypso was introduced, we do need to go over we do need to decide whose depiction of Calypso would best fit in our game. And well, I do really like Dvebox's depiction. I also like I also really love Gigi's depiction. Gigi's kind of reminds me of Ghibli almost. It really does. It reminds me of a Ghibli character or a Ghibli design. Let's see here. The give me a second. I have also seen Britt Powell Pixel's version, and honestly, if I were to pick between those three, I'd say that I'd say give it a mixture. All right, so I'd give Calypso's. I'd give Britt Powell Pixel's body design for Calypso. Gigi's facial design or depiction, and Dvebox's hair design. Other than that, I think, yeah, we are done here. So we can now move on. But again, we are going to be giving a big discussion about abuse in fictional stories and games after we listen to Not Sorry for Loving You. So with that, let's go ahead and continue.
Father, God King, rarely do I ask.
This is Annie Flamma. Annie Flamma.
I'm knocking on your door with hopes to save a friendship with one who's a prisoner far from home. Odysseus.
Divine intervention, is that what you seek? To untie apprehensions that were placed on that Greek? You are playing with thunder for a man full of shame, but if he's worth the risk of going under, why not make it a game? Convince each of them that he ought to be released, and I'll release him.
Who's them?
Apollo! Hephaestus! Aphrodite! Ares! Hera! Or me? What do you say?
Great.
Very well.
All right.
Bring it.
Apollo!
You all know I'm a fan of catchy songs, so with so many sirens gone, I think God is in the wrong.
They were trying to do him worse. All he did was reimburse them. Now they'll tread with caution first to live another day and sing another verse.
If that's true, release him.
Hephaestus,
Trust is not given, is forged. Why should I give in my support? He sacrificed his own cohort.
Did you forget they failed to listen? He was betrayed and then imprisoned. But if you make the right decision, he can still build a future with those who miss him.
Fine, release him.
You're a little high and mighty. Odysseus claims to love his mother, but let her die of a broken heart. He was busy fighting, more like busy spiting. The Cyclops let him feel the pain that his mother felt and wrought. Wait! Please reconsider this.
Really, Athena? These old tricks?
Ares!
What kind of sick coward holds back his power while his friends get devoured? He didn't even fight Scylla, didn't even try to kill her. Hides inside a wooden horse to get the job done. Never handles things up front, pathetic and weak like his son.
Hold your tongue now, hear signs, my friend, and tell your lover that a broken heart can mend. You want more bloodshed, then set him free to get back to his homestead. He'll make everybody bleed.
Release him.
Hey, baby.
So many heroes, so many tales. Give me one
I can never take this part seriously.
Mind of a genius, he's pretty skilled with words.
You can do better than that.
He's kind of funny.
Never once has he cheated on his wife. Release him.
Smulio.
I've played your game and won. Release him.
You dare to defy me, to make me feel shame. No one beats me. No one wins my game. Thunder, bring her through the ringer. Show her I'm the judgment call, the one who makes the kingdom fall. Is she dead?
Let him go. Please, let him go.
All right, so for this, I don't really see. Honestly, I don't think I would include this in the game. I don't think I would include this in the game because it does not make sense to switch perspective to Athena or anybody else here from a game standpoint. The only reason I would see us including this is if Odysseus was present. Odysseus or Telemachus was present. Because you don't want to be switching too much to another character and have him be playable. I guess I could say Assassin's Creed Origins. Assassin's Creed Origins, I believe, is a good example of why you shouldn't be switching perspectives. Unless you give the audience to choose to switch perspectives. And not just have it switch not just have it switch willy-nilly because it's for the story's purposes. The only exception we have here is that way, like, you know, because we already want the 2 plot points being progressed at the same time, but there's not really a plot progression that we would want for Athena, because Athena's plot progression would essentially happen off screen. And again, we also don't want too many plot progressions happening at once. It would be different if this was going to be a game series or an anime or TV show, but for a movie or video game, or excuse me, for a movie or a singular video game, it would not make sense, or it would be too confusing for the player, and the player could lose track. With that being said, yeah, all this, I wouldn't include in the game. It would not make sense to include in the game, unless we somehow wove a plot line to follow with Athena. But again, it would break it would start to give us too many plot points to follow. So yeah, I wouldn't be giving this any spotlight in the game. So we shall go ahead and move on to we should move on to the Vengeance Saga and Not Sorry for Loving You. Todoroki.
Someone arrived today. They said they're taking you
And
away,
Clover.
that you're not mine to save. And soon I won't get to see your face. So I came by to say you're unlike anyone I have ever known. 'Cause you're all I've ever known. And if I pushed you, or if I came on too strong, or if I ambushed you, for that I'll say I was wrong. And if you hate me, then I am sorry, my love's too much for you. But I'm not sorry for loving you.
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 Calypso.
Let me speak. I spent my whole life here. Was cast away when I was young, alone for 100 years. I had no friends but the sky and sun. So when you washed ashore, I thought for sure that you were my dream come true. I thought I knew. So if I pushed you, or if I came on too strong, or if I ambushed you, for that I'll say I was wrong. And if you hate me, then I am sorry, my love's too much for you. But I'm not sorry for loving you.
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 I'm not sorry, I'm angry and tired and restless and sad. I'm stuck in the moments I swore that we had. I wish you would chase me or try to embrace me for once. I wish you would lie and say
I love you,
you do.
but not in the way that you want me to.
I hate that I fell in love with you.
Hate that I fell in love with you.
Why did I fall in love with you?
Why did I fall in love with you?
What do I do with this love for you?
What do
Why in the world won't you love me too?
All right, so here's where we're gonna end up talking about abuse in games and in fiction in general. And this is gonna get pretty heated, so trigger warning. Well, first of all, before we get into that, I really do like Clover's depiction of Calypso. So honestly, throw in a bunch of Calypso's style with the depiction decision I mentioned before. But moving on to our abuse topic. It doesn't matter what kind of abuse you choose. It doesn't matter what type of abuse you choose to put in your story or game. Abuse is abuse. And so here, Inkrights actually said it perfectly, where this only showed the abuser's point of view. This song only showed the abuser's point of view. Now, this is not any this is not at any fault of Jorge. Jorge did a wonderful job writing this song, and it does give us a pretty decent send-off from the island. However, it does not put it, or it puts abuse in a very dangerous light here, because when abuse is a horrible act that changes people, and it can affect people for the rest of their lives. Several people, actually, you know what? Let's Google a statistic here real quick. Abusive relationship. Okay, so so according to the DVA, which is the Domestic Violence Agency, nearly 20 people per minute are physically abused by an intimate partner in the United States. This comes out to more than 10 million women and men a year. 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men have experienced some form of physical violence by an intimate partner. And that's just physical. So we can only imagine how many people experience abuse in general, because there's many different forms of abuse. This right here is this here is pretty much every form of abuse there is. It is It is sexual. It is physical. It is emotional, mental. It's everything in one. And here, as I've mentioned, we're only getting the abusers side of the story in the conclusion of this storyline, this Calypso storyline. How do I continue here? If you're going to include a story arc that depicts abuse, or have anything depicting abuse anywhere at all in the story, you need to be willing to show both the abuser side and the abused side. You can't do one or the other. The moment one side is left out of the conversation, it becomes much more dangerous, much harder to be able to handle with care, or it's much harder to handle without it coming off as insensitive or dangerous. And I'm losing my train of thought here. But yeah, it's stuff like this. Stuff like this is the reason why yes, we see depictions of abuse in games, but we don't see a lot of it. If we do see it, then it's either in poor taste or it's handled so well that that it's pretty much a once in a blue moon thing. Yeah, in this case, if we were to include this into our game, we would have to add something. We would have to add Odysseus' side to the conversation. Otherwise, we cut the conversation off entirely and just show Odysseus leaving the island. That's it. Yeah, we will move on from here. All right. Speaking of dangerous.
600 men
By Jimena.
600 deaths under my command, 'cause I had one goal in mind. No fleet, no band, only this raft that I made by hand. How will I reach my homeland?
All you have to do is not open this bag.
Hermes?
Hello, old friend.
So you're the one who talked to Calypso. Why are you here?
You're being given final option. Consider this your one last chance to make it back home and abandon caution. Wash it away like the blood your hands have known. I know if you dance with fate, then I know you'll enhance your state.
If your plan's so great, then why'd you wait to say it?
Well, it's a little bit dangerous, my friend. You need a mindset change for this. You cannot get away with playing safe for this. You wanna get home, put it all on the line and put your whole brain in it. Remember every trick in your domain for this. You gotta treat it like it is the main event. You wanna get home, put it all on the line, be dangerous.
Alright, I'm in. What do I do?
First up, uncharted waters. When lost, look towards the sky. Follow the North Star, no matter how far you think you're going. You keep on rolling. When strangers look around the aisle, when danger greets you with a smile, fight your way through. Do what you must do, but no matter what, keep moving. It's gonna be dangerous, my friend. You need a mindset change for this. You cannot get away with playing safe for this. You wanna get home, put it all on the line and put your whole bread in it. Remember every trick in your domain for this. You gotta treat it like it's the main event. You wanna get home, put it all on the line, be dangerous. And lastly, the win back. We went through so much to get this. Keep this bag closed if you wanna get home, sir.
You won't get another time to try.
The raging storm inside won't let you get closer.
It was meant to stop you by design.
'Cause no mortal can pass Poseidon's storm. Open this bag and you'll never make it home. You'll never make it home.
Don't you know that danger is my friend? My whole life I've trained for this. I cannot tell you how much I have paid for this. I have to get home, put it all on the line. I'm gonna use ruthlessness, every trick, every skill put to use for this. I plan to put an end to all the foolishness. I have to get home, put it all on the line, or be dangerous. Hermes. Thank you.
Don't thank me, friend. I'm not the one who fought for you.
Then who?
Good luck.
All right. That has to be the most fun song in the entirety of the musical. But anyways, now what was the artist's name for? Hold on. Yeah, this was Gwendy. All right, that's what I thought. Gwendy, along with Jamisu, Novi, Kamalemzi, and Nathan Kwan. Hopefully I said that right. Anyways. So let's see here. So for this part, I'd say have this be a puzzle. Have this be a huge puzzle part of the game where you're given like a so not everyone's going to know how cartography works. And so here in games, if you want your player to be able to use a certain outside skill or a real world skill in your game, you have to let them know that this is going to apply either at the very beginning of the game or you introduce it late in the game and you give them the basics on how to do it and have the option to skip the tutorial. Here, I would do just that. Have an optional tutorial on how to do cartography in the game, and just let the player do it. of course, do the Final Fantasy-esque thing where enemies pop out of nowhere and have combat. This could also be a great place for grinding for the big stuff that's coming up. And I will say that it's around here that we make the game, or at this part in the story, we would make the game more linear. Less options to choose from, because it's around here that your character's morality and personality and or like all the choices they made should have your morality set in stone. Just a little bit like Red Dead Redemption had it. Let's see here. So basically use real world cartography, give them tutorial, and use real world cartography. I'm kind of lost in thought here. Let me just go through this here real quick. See if I get any other ideas here. Oh yes, I would have Hermes as a possible companion for the first half of the journey. That it's like okay, you've been here for a while. So your combat skills might be a little bit rusty. I'll assist you until I know that you are either ready to go, back up to your prime, when you're back in your prime, or we are at a point where I have to leave you. Yeah, so oh yeah, and then of course to end the summary, take away the choices from here on out. No more choices. Your character's actions are set in motion based on what you chose earlier in the story. All right, so let's move on to Charybdis.
And who?
Good luck.
You must be who Hermes mentioned. A monster here to block my way. I'd like to hurry up and end this. So if you don't have much to say, then oh, bring it on. I'm not dying here, I'm still fighting here. I'm holding on till I see it through, till I've beaten you. I already know your tactics. When you swallow, you attack with whirlpools that attract prey. But I see a disadvantage, cause I don't even have to kill you. I just have to avoid you. See if you don't spit it out soon. All that water will destroy you. Oh, bring it on till you're out of breath, till there's nothing left. I'm holding on till I'm in the clear, till I'm out of here. Oh,
So now we break this down. So way earlier on, well, actually, not even way earlier on. Back when we were talking about Scylla, I did mention that we could have the possibility of encountering Charybdis much earlier, and have Charybdis be a boss battle. In this case, this would be a minigame. It would be a survival minigame of just avoid the obstacles until, Charybdis spits out the water. If we were to have the player choose to encounter Charybdis early, well then, the obvious happens. They lose the ship. And possibly a lot of people. Maybe even everyone. Let's see here. Oh yeah, I should probably give all the artists a shout out here. So we had Merxy, or no, not Merxy, Murchie. It's pronounced Murchie. I do remember hearing that. Murchie. Tamatuta. I think that's how it's pronounced. Aniflama. And Virus AP. A lot of artists showing off here. I like that. With that being said, so yeah, the only thing that matters here right now is the yeah, the only thing that matters here is the fight or encounter with Charybdis. And just to summarize, either have them encountered early by player choice, or simply have this be a survival minigame if they encounter him at this point in the story. With that, we can move on to Get in the Water.
No!
There you are, coward. I've been waiting for this moment, for the perfect time to strike. When you're home so close and you've reached your coast, that's when our paths collide. I've got a reputation, I've got a name to uphold, so I can't go letting you walk, or else the world forgets I'm cold. Now get in the water. Get in the water, or I'll raise the tide so high, all of Ithaca will die. Get in the water.
Wait,
Get in the water.
stop this, please.
I'll make tidal waves so profound, both your wife and your son will drown.
No!
Get in the water. Get in the water. Don't mistake my threats for bluff. You have lived more than enough. Get in the water.
I'll take your son and gouge his eyes. That is, unless you choose to die. Get in the water! Aren't you tired, Poseidon? It's been 10 years. How long will this go? We're both hurting from losses, so why not leave this here and just go home?
I can't.
Maybe you could learn to forgive.
No.
Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. Die! You can relax, my friend. I can tell you're getting nervous.
Look at all we've lost and all we've learned.
Odysseus waiting,
All right. Before we see that cool anime shit, we gotta break down Get in the Water. So, Get in the Water. I'd say this could be this could happen 2 ways here in our game. Or 3 ways, actually. This could be a boss battle. That happens if the player manages to keep the first wind bag closed, and they make it to Ithaca, and the player would have a lot more assistance fighting Poseidon. 2, this moment right here could be our boss battle, but it's more difficult. And with the possibility of a secret ending if you manage to defeat Poseidon without using the wind bag. 3, well, you lose the fight and have or no, you use the wind bag and have that 600 strike moment. That's what I'm seeing. But again, at this point in the story, you are out of choices. It is simply how well you do from here on out, basically. How well you perform in the gameplay, rather than what you choose. Let's see here. Let me back this up real quick so that way I can... This is Larita Mial. I hope I said that correctly. But yeah, I really like this. I actually really like this depiction of Poseidon as well. I may have seen this one once or twice, but I will stand by with what I said yesterday in terms of what I would like depicted, or how I would like Poseidon depicted in our game. Go ahead and look at yesterday's stream if you want to hear about that. with that, we shall move on to 600 Strike! Is this a completed version of Gwendy's animation? Hold on.
I don't think you seem to get it. I can't afford to die, 'cause I will get back to my son. And I will get back to my wife! For every comrade, every one of my friends, almost all of whom were slaughtered by your hand. 600 strike!
Oh, there's your trigger warning right there.
You idiot. Can't you see? You sealed your fate.
Yeah, this is Gwendy's
You released
full
my storm
animation,
when you opened that
but
bag.
it's still animatic.
That's your one way home. Now you'll never get back. You're going to call off that storm. Or what? You can't kill me. Exactly. Wait. Wait! Ah! How does it feel to be helpless? How does it feel to know pain? I watched my friends die in horror, crying as they were all slain. I heard their final moments, calling their captain in vain. Look what you turned me into. Look what we've become. Enough. All of the pain that I've been through. Haven't I suffered enough? You didn't stop when I begged you. Told me to close my heart. You said the world was dark. Didn't you say that ruthlessness is mercy upon our... All right. Please. After everything you've done, how will you sleep at night? Next to my wife.
Oh man, that moment, oh, it gives me chills every time. But anyways, so as far as the windbag and everything, it's pretty much what I said in the previous song. If the windbag gets opened during the fight, then this happens. When you win the fight, when you are solo, as far as what would happen if you did it during the fight while the crew is still alive, I would leave that up to interpretation. Or up to the discretion of whoever like does the full-fledged design of the game. And then have this part be the cutscene for the original story arc. or the original story path, excuse me. But yeah, so we are going into the Ithaca Saga. Be warned, there are some depictions of SA and really heavy gore. More gore than what we've seen previously, so be warned. I've seen Jimenez before. Jimenez was like one of the very first ones to complete one.
I'm supposed to choose a suitor to wear the crown. I said I would choose as soon as I weave this shroud. They don't know that every night I unthread all the work I've done. 'Cause I'd rather lie than allow them to think they've won. Though I never thought that I'd resort to this. Just know I'll be here. But I don't know how much longer I'll last since we saw that storm. And though it was so close to our kingdom, it was far from the norm. Unless, oh, could it be some kind of sign that my world is all about to change? Is it finally time for the challenge I arranged? Though I never thought that it would come to this. Just know I'll be here buying you time. On bow and shoot through 12 axes cleanly will be the new king. Sit down at the throne and rule with me as his queen. Let the arrow fly once you know that your aim is true. 'Cause I'd rather die than grow old without the best of you. Though I never thought that these would be the lengths we go for love. I would not have it any other way. And though I never thought that it would end like this, just know I'll be here.
Oh, Argos is here! Argos! Alright. So, I would say, yes, include this. Yes, include this because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Odysseus was present when the challenge was announced. In the original story. Let's see here. Now, for the last time, we got to determine a character's depiction. And because Penelope is the last major character that is introduced. We've seen Cyrenelope, but we never actually seen Penelope. Well, actually, we have, but they haven't been given a vocal role in any songs yet. So, with that being said, let's go ahead and determine our depiction for Penelope right now. So, Penelope is Spartan. Miranda B. Miranda B. Hi. This is Jimenez. Let's see here. So, yeah, so for those who don't know, Penelope is Spartan. She's from Sparta. So, and I believe if I might be very much mistaken here, but weren't Spartan women like really tall? I believe Spartan women were really tall. And they were buff too. So any depiction of Penelope and using that route, I believe would have to be at least half a foot taller than Odysseus. I do like this depiction of Penelope when she's not in her royal look, just the casual look. Let's also go ahead and look at right, so hold on, let's go ahead and okay. The challenge. All right. Because I've seen a few. I have seen. I really do like Brit Pal Pixel's depiction of Penelope here. I'll put them on the list. Hold on. Let's see here. Uh-oh. There we go. I don't think there are many yet. There's Gwendy's. I haven't seen Gwendy's yet. Let's take a look at Gwendy's. Or add Gwendy's to the list. Yeah, so you know what? We got that's actually that's a finished version of Gwendy's depiction. We'll look at that instead, actually. All right, so yeah, so we'll close that one when my browser stops freezing. There we go. So
I'm supposed to choose a suitor to wear the crown. I said I would choose as soon as I weave this shroud. They don't know that every night I unthread all the work I've done. 'Cause I'd rather lie than allow them to think they've won. Though I never thought that I'd resort to this. Just know I'll be here. But I don't know how much longer I'll last since we saw that storm.
I do like that. I do like this depiction very well. Hold on. I do like that very well. Well, let's go ahead and yeah, this is the depiction of Penelope for Britpal Pixel. So honestly, I'd say we already have a bunch of Jimena's depictions involved already. So arguably, I'd say Gwendy's would have a mixture of Gwendy's and Britpal Pixels. Because it shows a more this one shows a more maternal feel. And this one definitely shows the Spartan attire, a more Spartan attire. Yeah, so we would do Gwendy's depiction and Britpal Pixel's depiction. With that being said, that would be our Penelope. So now we could talk about game-wise. This would straight up be a cutscene. Yeah, this would straight up be a cutscene. There is nothing else really to discuss here about that. Because we basically have our objective. With that being said, let's continue to hold them down, which everyone prepare for the trigger.
Screw this competition, we've been here for hours. None of us can string this, we don't have the power. Screw this damn challenge, no more delays. Can't you guys see we're being played? This is how they hold us down while the throne gets colder. Hold us down while we slowly age. Hold us down while the boy gets bolder. Where in the hell is our pride and our rage? Here and now there's a chance for action. Here and now we can take control. Here and now burn it down to ashes. Channel the fire inside your soul. Haven't you noticed who's missing? Don't you know the prince is not around? I heard he's on a diplomatic mission, and I heard today he comes back to town. So I say we gather near the beaches. I say we wait till he arrives. Then when he docks his ship, we can breach it. Let us leave now, today we can strike it. Hold him down till the boy stops shaking. Hold him down while I slit his throat. Hold him down while I slowly break his pride, his trust, his faith, and his bones. Cut him down into tiny pieces. Hold him down in the great below. When the crown wonders where the prince is, only the ocean and I will know. And when the deed is done, the queen will have no one to stop us from breaking her bedroom door. Stop us from taking her love and more. And then we'll hold her down while her gate is open.
Hold her down,
All I get a taste.
hold her down.
While we share her spoils, I will not let any part go to waste.
Here and now, there's a chance for
action.
Here and now, we can take control.
Take control. Channel the fire inside your soul and
Hold him down,
hold it down.
hold him down, hold him down, hold him down.
Hold him down. Channel the fire inside your soul.
All right, so here, as mentioned before, as mentioned before, this is going to be another one of those scenes that could possibly just be avoided, depending on our player's choice. And let's see here. And let me back up to see who did this again. Who did this? Who did this cinematic?
Whoever can string the old king's bow.
Stella Luna. All right. Stella Luna. I completely missed that. All right. So I really like this. Actually, really like this animatics, Stella. You did a really good job. The inclusion of shooting through the axes to kill Antinous was a really good touch and really thematic. So I'd say if this part of the story were to happen in the player's run through, have this a stealth mandatory mission. Have this a mandatory stealth. You blend in to the crowd. You are keep making sure that your cover isn't blown through your disguise as Odysseus, and you try to sneak your way over to your bow to string it and then shoot through the axes. And then shoot Antinous in the throat. But you would also have a time limit. You would have until the suitors are ready to go to the beaches and ambush Telemachus to complete this mission. That's what I'm thinking would best fit game-wise in this situation. I will repeat myself about depicting essay in games. You can depict essay in games without getting an adults only rating by the ESRB, but it cannot happen on screen. And you can mention it. You can mention it as many, pretty much as many times as you want, without getting an adults only rating by the ESRB. But you cannot have it done on screen. Unless you're Danganronpa, because Danganronpa got away with that. But as far as what's depicted here, yeah, there's nothing. As far as, I mean, they mention it, which, yeah, the mention of it is shocking, but it's nowhere near as shocking as having the act actually performed because they're mentioning they're talking about wanting to do it, or they're planning to do it. They are not actually doing it, which lessens the shock factor of the storytelling in, well, both storytelling and gamers' perspective. But as mentioned in when we were talking about it in Love in Paradise and I'm Not Sorry for Loving You, when you have the act actually being performed in game, you gotta handle it. You really gotta handle it with care, and have no player interaction or involvement with it. Simply have a cutscene that fades out, and maybe add the sounds of it happening, to add more to the shock factor. But in terms of on-screen action, you want none of it, because otherwise you're almost definitely going to get an adults only rating, and 2, you're much more likely to scare away your players. With that being said, I don't think there's much more to discuss here for this song. So let's go ahead and move on to Odysseus.
For 20 years I've suffered every punishment and pain, from the wrath of gods and monsters to the screams of comrades slain. I come back and find my palace desecrated, sacked like Troy. Worst of all, I hear you dare to touch my wife and hurt my boy. I have had enough.
Okay, this is cool. Hold on. I don't normally pause. But wait, is that supposed to mimic a loading screen? Is this supposed to mimic a loading screen for the boss battle? That's perfect. This is by Zarazar.
We have the advantage. We've the numbers and the might.
No. You don't understand it. This man plans for every fight. Where is he? Where is he?
Keep your head down. He's aiming for the torches.
Our weapons. They're missing! He's using the darkness to hide his approaches.
We're empty-handed, up against an archer. Our only chance is to strike him in the darkness. We know these odds, the odds can't be tilted.
You don't think I know my own palace? I built it.
Oh, king, our leader is dead. You've destroyed the serpent's head. Now the rest of us are no longer a threat. Oh, king, forgive us instead, so that no more blood is shed. Let's have open arms instead.
No.
Damn, he's more cunning than I assumed.
While we were busy plotting, he hid our weapons inside this room.
I find it hard to believe that the sharpest of kings left his armory unlocked.
So what? Now that we have armed ourselves, let's make the bastard rot.
Behind you!
Throw down those weapons, and I ensure you'll be spared.
After seeing what the king will do to us, we wouldn't dare.
I don't want to hurt you, but trust me, I've come prepared.
Your very presence is doomed the king, young prince. We don't fight fair.
Stop!
Brothers, we got company, and he's made a great mistake. Left the weapons room unlocked, and now they're ours to take. Brothers, come and arm yourselves, there's a chance for us to win. We can still defeat the king if we all attack the prince.
Where is he? Where is he?
Capture him, he's our greatest chance.
Get off me! Get off me!
Fight till the prince can barely stand.
Hold him down! Hold him down!
Make the king obey our commands.
Hold him down! Hold him down!
'Cause if he won't, I'll break the kid's hands. Got him.
Mercy. Mercy. My mercy is long since drowned. It died to bring me home. And as long as you're around, my family's fate is left unknown. You plotted to kill my son. You planned to rape my wife. All of you are going to die. You filled my heart with hate. All of you who have done me wrong. This will be your fate!
All right, so we got quite a bit to go over here. Is this longer than? Hold on. Is this longer than Mutiny? I think this might be slightly longer than Mutiny. I don't know. I'd have to take a look at the actual song playlist, not the actual this video, but so. Yeah, this was by Azar. I really love the loading screen-esque. This is definitely a loading screen. So boss battles in games doesn't necessarily have to be like a single opponent. Boss battles can be a horde. Boss battles could also be a race against the clock, or a really, really hard puzzle. In this case, this boss battle would be a horde. Not only that, this could be a there could be a lot of factors here, because in the story for the musical's case, Odysseus locks everyone in the palace to keep everyone trapped inside with no light. And so what could happen is, to add to the the stealth mission that we mentioned, that we thought of before in and hold them down, we could add like side objectives to help your to help make your main objective easier in this boss battle, which is to kill the suitors. Such as well, this would be another chance to add stuff from the original story, where before attacking everyone, or before attacking the suitors, Odysseus and Telemachus actually went ahead and told all the women and servants to go upstairs and lock themselves in whatever rooms that they could find room in, find space in to fit everyone, and don't open the door for anybody except for him, Telemachus, or Penelope. But what the women would also do is they would tilt the doors and windows slightly to where like certain they would be guided to a certain path, because people will tend to go a path of least resistance. And if basically the women and servants helped Odysseus funnel the suitors that were wandering aimlessly in the darkness to a spot where Odysseus and Telemachus could easily kill them. So you could have that side objective if we wanted to add a bit more for the player. Another thing, another side objective you could have is to, well, hide the weapons from the suitors, because they are distracted with partying and celebrating the fact that they're planning to overthrow the government, essentially. So they are distracted, but you still gotta maintain your cover. And have the that's how I imagine that's how I would imagine this boss battle would go. Still using the weight combat system, however, and still using the stealth insta-kill or knockout mechanic that we mentioned yesterday. And not much else. Yeah, not much else can be mentioned here. However, I will state this. Hold on. So, when it comes to, so this is bringing back the topic of SA in games, or even just atrocities in games. When atrocities are depicted, or either depicted, mentioned, or what, if it's involved in your game or story, it's okay to use the verbatim words. Say it as it is. Sometimes it is better to do that anyways, because sometimes you just don't want to leave things up to interpretation. In this case, Jorge did make sure he didn't leave what they were planning to do up to interpretation, because Odysseus flat out said, "You plan to rape my wife." And had that not been said by a character verbatim, then whether you like it or not, the acts that were being planned to be done in Hold Them Down would still be left up to interpretation, because no exact terms were used other than taking her love and more. But that's still, for some reason, ambiguous enough or vague enough for some people to be interpreted as not rape. But having phrases like this said immediately eliminates that. And sometimes it's a good way to call out those mindsets. But again, be careful when using these willy-nilly, because yes, we are in a cancel culture era right now. But legally speaking, you're not going to get in trouble for mentioning or using these words. You are going to get I believe certain words will give you an automatic M rating in the ESRB. It's kind of similar to how the movie rating system works. Like, you're only allowed to drop one F-bomb to... If you want to keep a movie rated PG-13, you're only allowed to drop one F-bomb throughout the entire film. But if you drop more than one F-bomb, then it's an R rating. So it's the ESRB and the movie rating companies or organizations have similar rules. With that, there's nothing else. So let's go ahead and move on to Can't Help But Wonder. Welcome back, Beans.
Father? Son? All my life I'd have died to meet you. Thought about your name so much it hurts. For 20 years I dreamt of how I'd greet you. Oh, and now you're here, I can't find the words. All my life I'd have died to know you. Days and nights I wish that I could show you. For 20 years I never could outgrow you. Oh, and now you're here. I can't help but wonder what your world must be. If we're like each other, if I have your strength in me. All this time I've wondered if if you'd embrace me as your own. 20 years I've wandered, for so long I felt alone. Oh my son, look how much you've grown. Oh my boy, sweetest joy I've known. 20 years ago I held you in my arms, how time has flown. Oh, used to say I'd make the storm clouds cry for you. Used to say I'd capture wind and sky for you.
I'm gonna keep this for right now.
My arms prepared to die for you. Oh, how time has flown. I can only wonder what your world has been. Things you've had to suffer and the strength you hold within. All I've ever wanted was to reunite with my own. 20 years we've wandered, but today you're not alone. My son, I'm finally home. Father, how I've longed to see you. To lay my cross, I'm home. Go, tell your mother I'm home. I'll be there in a moment. Of course. Show yourself. I know you're watching me. Show yourself.
I'm actually turned up, man.
You were never one for hellos.
I can't help but wonder what this world could be if we all held each other with a bit more empathy. I can't help but feel like I led you astray. What if there's a world?
Oh, what the heck? What's going on?
Go, tell your mother I'm home. I'll be there in a moment.
What happened?
Yourself. You were never one for hellos.
I can't help but wonder what this world could be if we all held each other with a bit more empathy. I can't help but feel like I led you astray. What if there's a world where we don't have to live this way?
If that world exists, it's far away from here. It's one I'll have to miss, for it's far beyond my years. You might live forever, so you can make it be. But I've got one endeavor. There's a girl I have to see.
Very well.
Yes, Miranda, that's exactly what happened. Goddess had too powerful vocals that messed up my computer.
Father, she's waiting for you.
Alright, so let's go ahead and break this one. Well, there's actually not too much to break down here. Other than, well, let's go ahead and give everyone a shout out here that worked, did these animatics for the song. So first we have, hold on, let's go ahead and back this up. MKO, we have MKO. We got, hold on. Einhoa Velasco. And Louisa Louisa Xavier Mazzi. I think that's how it's pronounced. I'm pretty sure I'm butchering those names. I'm so sorry. But yeah, I hope I'm not missing anyone. Yeah, so this would straight up be a cutscene, with the possibility of having a final choice, but in the perspective of Telemachus. Because Telemachus and Odysseus at this point would be both playable characters. Also to add to this, because I just remembered, during the final boss, which would be the suitors, have the ability to switch between both Odysseus and Telemachus for player control. Yeah. Alright. But, other than that, yeah, possible final choice in terms of dialogue and possibly get a different ending. But yeah, not much else here, because there's not really much else to discuss when you're at the end of the story. So, final song, Would You Fall in Love with Me Again?
Is it you? Have my prayers been answered? Is it really you standing there? Or am I dreaming once more? You look different. Your eyes look tired. Your frame is lighter. Your smile torn. Is it really you, my love?
I am not the man you fell in love with. I am not the man you once adored. I am not your kind and gentle husband. And I am not the love you knew before. Would you fall in love with me again?
I gotta have subtitles on, I'm sorry.
All I've done, the things I cannot change. Would you love me all the same? I know that you've been waiting for love.
What kinds of things did you do?
Left a trail of red on every island. As I traded friends like objects I could use. Hurt more lives than I can count on my hands. But all of that was to bring me back to you. So tell me, would you fall in love with me again if you knew all I've done, the things I can't undo? I am not the man you knew. I know that you've been waiting.
If that's true, could you do me a favor? Just a moment of labor that would bring me some peace. See that wedding bed? Could you carry it over? Lift it high on your shoulders and take it far away from here.
How could you say this? I had built
red with my blood and sweat. Carved it into the olive tree where we first met. A symbol of our love everlasting. Do you realize what you have asked me? The only way to move it is to cut it from its roots.
Only my husband knew that, so I guess that makes him you.
Penelope.
And we end with GG!
Over and over again. I don't care how or when. No matter how long it's been, you're mine. Don't tell me you're not the same person. You're always my husband, and I've been waiting, waiting,
Penelope.
waiting, waiting.
Penelope.
How long has it been?
20 years.
I love you.
Okay, so, alright. I mentioned Billy Bustep earlier in the goddamn stream, and it recommends Billy Bustep. Alright. Anyways. Oh god. They're listening. They're listening to me. Alright. So yeah, so there's not really much to break down here gameplay wise. This right here is obviously meant to be an ending cutscene. But I will well, before I continue, let me go ahead and give shout outs to all the artists here for these animatics. Let's back it up real quick. Well, that's way too far. Who did this one? Hold on.
Penelope. She's waiting for you.
Samantha Art.
Penelope.
We have Samantha Art. I believe this is Elake. And need to make sure that no one else was involved other than GG. Yeah. Yeah, so this is GG, and I'm pretty sure I'm not sure if GG had anyone else help her out with this final product. But you can definitely tell it's GG based off of the shapes that they use for the humans, especially with Odysseus. But also, again, we talked about signatures several times throughout this stream and yesterday's stream. But so let's go ahead and take a look at the spin shot here, because I do have a lot to say about this spin shot here. I muted this, that way we can focus on counting how many full spins that was, because that was a lot of spins. Hold on. So we get 1, or it was a really long spin. 2, 3. All right, yeah. So we had 3 full spins, 3 360s, and I can possibly get rid of the teary eyes now. No, not make it worse. All right. Yeah. So this. So I mentioned earlier, last time we were talking about spin shots, back in We'll Be Fine. There are 3 purposes, or I guess technically 2 purposes. Yeah. So there are 2 purposes for spin shots. 1, to display the emotion of the scene. 2, to present the environment. When you're doing presentation of the environment, you generally want to do spin shots for that purpose when there isn't a lot of dialogue being said. When it comes to using spin shots to demonstrate the emotion that's being that's put on display, you generally want it to fit the style of the spin to fit the emotions, and sometimes the direction of the spin matters too. So, because like this one goes from counterclockwise. Right? Hold on. Let's see here. No, they're going clockwise. So we are going clockwise. They are spinning counterclockwise. Right? Yes. All right. So we are going clockwise, which shows time is moving forward. We are at the end of the because we are spinning clockwise, it shows that time is moving forward, and we are looking forward to the future. This is a great way to have this is actually a great final shot to have, because this is a reunited scene. They've been separated for 20 years, and now that they're finally back together, they have nothing but the future to look forward to, regardless of what else is next to come. So, now had the spin been counterclockwise, that would have had a completely different meaning. A counterclockwise spin is meant to show more chaos, more there's something we're forgetting type of emotion. Because, like, let's go ahead and look back all the way. let's go back all the way to the beginning. All right, to the very first spin shot that GG shows us, with the horse and the infant. So this, yeah, see, this has us going counterclockwise because this is showing this is going counterclockwise. This is showing conflict. This is a conflict of emotions because Odysseus does not want to commit this act. See, counterclockwise. Yeah, this is it's hard to see in this one because it's more animatic, less animation. But this is being spun counterclockwise, so this shows more conflict of emotion, and it's meant to be more negative, gives us a more uncomfortable, unsettling feel. Meanwhile, with this spin shot going clockwise, again, it's meant to show us a more positive emotion. We are at the end of the story. Time is moving forward. We got nothing else to worry about. Which, that is the good side of I've already mentioned the bad side of signatures. This is the good side of signatures, especially with spin shots being a signature. Signatures, yes, could become a flaw because it becomes a force of habit to use it all the time. But here, this right here is a perfect example of when something becomes your signature, you know how to use it. And when that method of usage is valid. So GG. I even though please, if you ever watch this, GG, do not take my criticisms as insults or anything like that. This is oh gosh, don't take my lectures, I guess, because this is me lecturing. Don't take my lectures as criticism. This is just mainly me trying to educate everyone. You do amazing work. Keep doing what you're doing. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see your name written somewhere in like a credit reel of like of an animated movie or something, because this right here and these two spin shots, if these two spin shots were to be the only two spin shots on your resume, I'd imagine you get hired really quickly. Like even the puppeteer spin shot alone is impressive. So yeah. But that is the end of our journey through Epic the Musical. So I do know that I did talk a lot about atrocities in games and storytelling. But if you want more information on how to include atrocities in a respectful and safe manner, do look at one of my previous videos or streams. I did talk about how to include atrocities in your tabletop RPG games. In my in my TTRPG 101 stream. Also, do check out I'm blanking on the name again. Ink Rights, because he did touch on that topic yesterday, I think, or today. So yeah, check him out. And actually, Ink Rights, if you ever watch this, maybe you and I can actually sit down for a video and maybe have that as our topic, atrocities and stories. Because I feel like that is an important topic to... it's an important discussion that needs to be had, I think. With that being said, thank you, Cyberjunk, for compiling all these animatics. And I'm going to go through all the names. Thank you, Jay, for writing this wonderful, wonderful musical. You are a music god. Thank you, Gigi, Jimena, Murchie, Neil Illustrator, Crashite, Gwendy, Gandalf Monkey, Britpal Pixel, Havy, Wolfie, Virus AP, Annie Flamma, Creo, Mumder, Amy Chang, Copperbacks, Resetti, Hannah B. Artsy, Irinaki XD, Stella Luna, Elake, Laritamu, MKO, Czar, Duvet Box, Clover, and Rochi. Thank you all so much for your contributions to these to this community. It's amazing, and I'm happy to be part of the Winyan kingdom. I'm looking forward to seeing how this project moves forward from here. And if anyone does dare to tackle the process of actually making a full-fledged video game using this, don't be afraid to use my don't be afraid to use what I've discussed today or yesterday. Just heck, give me a role in the project. I'd love to participate. With that being said, I guess for everyone on YouTube, thank you so much for watching. For everyone on Twitch, because yes, we are also streaming this on Twitch. We shall. Well, let me. Let's see here. I'm gonna go ahead and. Yeah, I'm not gonna rate anyone on the. I'm not gonna rate anyone on the Twitch side of things. So with that being said, everyone, I humbly thank you for hanging out with me today. You guys all been awesome. And until next time, everyone, keep flapping those wings. Bye-bye.